And they're off. A good beginning, Shaku Maku hustling up along the rail to take the early lead. Second on the outside is Mr. Marshall, Core, Truly Mischief, and the slow starting Rock Crest will be widest of all as they race into the turn. It is Shaku Maku leading the way. He's opened up 2 lengths on Mr. Marshall. Core is racing in third on the inside of Truly Mischief. Rock Crest is at the back, still racing well off the rail. The opening quarter was 22 seconds flat. Shaku Maku and Kirk Johnson still moving comfortably on a 3-length lead. Mr. Marshall is second, now tapped on, asked for a little more. Truly Mischief third on the outside of Core, and still at the back is Rock Crest. They turn for home. It is Shaku Maku looking to go gate to wire. Mr. Marshall still second. Rock Crest trying to get going from the back down the outside. Truly Mischief is rallying, but Shaku Maku is yet to be challenged. It is Shaku Maku and Kirk Johnson, another gate to wire score for this chestnut son of Reload. He wins by 4. Mr. Marshall was second. Rock Crest got up for third over Core, and then Truly Mischief. 5 furlongs and 57 and 1. And they're off. Absolute Chairman out well with Serenade at Sea. Ernie's Martini third along the inside with Fascination Street rushing up the outside. The early trailer is going to be Tonka Wakan. Out of the chute and onto the backstretch they go. It is Absolute Chairman leading the way, a length better than Serenade at Sea, who's racing on the inside of a 3-deep Fascination Street. 2.5 lengths back to Ernie's Martini, biding his time in fourth, and the trailer remains Tonka Wakan. The opening quarter was 23 seconds flat. They race within the half-mile pole, and Absolute Chairman is still leading the charge. Between horses, Serenade at Sea, 3 wide, Fascination Street. Still racing in fourth is Ernie's Martini, who has 6 lengths to make up on the leader, and Tonka Wakan yet to tack on at the back. Absolute Chairman moving very comfortably. He's opened up a 4-length advantage past a half in 45 and 1. Within the quarter pole, Ernie's Martini is swung to the outside and has joined Fascination Street. Serenade at Sea is tiring, and Tonka Wakan are going to try and rally up the inside, but they're going to have to work to catch Absolute Chairman. Absolute Chairman has 5 lengths of advantage and 1/8 of a mile left to go. Ernie's Martini into second. Here comes Tonka Wakan up the inside, but coming down to the wire, Absolute Chairman cruises in, geared down. Absolute Chairman by 2.5. Tonka Wakan up for second with Ernie's Martini and then Fascination Street. 6.5 furlongs and 1:17 and 3. And they're off. Joey Bones out well from the center. Silent Summit also showing some speed. Here comes Waylaid from the outside. Nino de Mama recovered after a slightly slow start. Best and Final is racing between horses, and the early trailer with the head in the air is Sing Dixie. Emerging on top, it is Waylaid being pressured by Nino de Mama, a half-length back on the outside. 3 deep is Joey Bones. Silent Summit on the inside, and between them Best and Final, and now Sing Dixie has worked his way to the center of the racetrack. The opening quarter was 23 and 1. It is Waylaid cruising by a 2-length advantage. Nino de Mama racing in second. Here comes Best and Final trying to advance. Silent Summit along the rail. 3 deep is Joey Bones, and widest of all is Sing Dixie. Waylaid is up by 3.5 midway round the turn. They reach the half mile in a time of 46-2. Joey Bones trying to rally 3 deep with Best and Final. Nino de Mama has called it quits. Sing Dixie is wide and shuffled back to last is Silent Summit. Waylaid still holding the lead as they turn for home, but Best and Final is right there, and Joey Bones now takes the lead. It's Joey Bones and Leo Salas. Best and Final is second. Waylaid has called it quits. From the back, Sing Dixie looking for a check, but Joey Bones is on top. Best and Final trying to fight back, but coming down to the wire, Joey Bones will hold on. Joey Bones and Leo Salas by a length over Best and Final. Sing Dixie was third, and then Waylaid, 6.5 furlongs and 1:19.4. And they're off. A level beginning. Fix Your Hair Up Pretty broke well, but is taking back early. Donnarumma showing speed with Born to Be Good. Mimi's Holiday looking for position from the outside. Little Fire racing between the stablemates with Miss Sadu on the inside. And Fix Your Hair Up Pretty will trail the field early. Into the clubhouse turn they go. Donnarumma has the neck in front of Born to Be Good. It's a trio next. Miss Sadu on the inside, Little Fire in the middle, and Mimi's Holiday 3 deep. Then a gap of 3 to Fix Your Hair Up Pretty, who has 5 lengths to make up on the leaders. The opening quarter was 24-2. Donnarumma not having an easy time of it as Born to Be Good puts the nose in front. Third on the outside is Mimi's Holiday. Little Fire still racing between horses, and Miss Sadu along the fence. Fix Your Hair Up Pretty trails the field. They're spread out 6 lengths front to back. Donnarumma now counterpunches, puts the head back in front of a stubborn Born to Be Good. Little Fire is now third, ahead better than Mimi's Holiday. Miss Sadu begins to lose position. The trailer is still Fix Your Hair Up Pretty. They went the half in 48 seconds flat. Into the far turn they go, and Donnarumma now has a neck advantage over Born to Be Good, who's still right there for second. Little Fire is third, getting better than Mimi's Holiday. Miss Sadu dropping back, and Fix Your Hair Up Pretty tries to launch a rally. Quarter of a mile left to go. Donnarumma still dealing with a persistent Born to Be Good. Now Little Fire angles off the fence to launch her bid. 3/4 in 1:12-3, and Donnarumma has now shaken loose of Born to Be Good. Little Fire going to try and rally down the far outside. It's Donnarumma by 3 lengths. Little Fire is closing. Donnarumma moving well. It's Donnarumma by 3. Little Fire trying down the outside, but it's going to be Donnarumma. Donnarumma and Terry Husbands by 3 at the wire. Little Fire rallied to be second over Born to Be Good, then Miss Sadu. 1 mile and 70 yards and 1:43.3. And they're off. Hiatus broke running. Baytown Elvis also showing up with 4 aces high. Splitting them, Kitty Holiday is vying for position. Vincenzino is deep on the track. The early trailer is going to be Great Faces as they race into the clubhouse turn. Taking control of the early pace, it is Hiatus. Hiatus and Michael David up by 1.5 over 4 aces high. Kitty Holiday racing in third off the rail. Great Faces trying to advance into position. Shuffled back to last now is Baytown Elvis with Vincenzino to his outside. 23-3 for a quick opening quarter. It's Hiatus up by 4 as they race down the backstretch. 4 aces high is third along the rail. Kitty Holiday third, racing 3 deep with Great Faces between them. It's another gap of 3 to Vincenzino, and it's well back to Baytown Elvis, who's going to have to come from last today. 46-2. Hiatus is not letting up the speed. Four Aces High is still racing in second. Kitty Holiday and Great Faces are a pair as they go into the far turn. Still Vincenzino, 10 lengths to make up on the leaders, and it's well back to Baytown Elvis. Within the 3 furlong pole, Hiatus is yet to be caught. He's cruising on a 4-length advantage. Four Aces High is trying to inch closer as they pass 3/4 and 1, 10 and 2. Kitty Holiday under a ride from third. Great Faces is tired. Vincenzino trying to wind up. Not today for Baytown Elvis. They turn into the stretch. It's Hiatus and Michael David. They're up by 5 lengths. Four Aces High second. Kitty Holiday third. Hiatus is extending. This is Hiatus in an absolute romp. Hiatus and Michael David cruising in. The only matter now is the margin. It's Hiatus, going to call it 8 at the wire. Four Aces High holds second from Kitty Holiday and Vincenzino. 1 mile and 1/16 and 1:43 and 1. And they're off. Le Grand Garçon missed the break badly. He's out of it by 5 lengths already. Showing speed from the outside is Santiago Salsa, Lonrose Gamble along the fence. Street Serenade and Endless Sunset also vying for position. They're 4 across the track as they go into the turn. Scat Factor is dropped behind the pack, and it's still 5 lengths back to Le Grand Garçon. Setting the early pace, it is Lonrose Gamble by a neck over Street Serenade. Endless Sunset is 3 deep, racing in third, past a quarter in 23 and 4. Scat Factor is 5 lengths off the leaders, saving ground. Le Grand Garçon has caught the field, and the new trailer is Santiago Salsa. Into the backstretch they go. They're about to approach the 5 furlong pole. It is Lonrose Gamble and Street Serenade head and head. Endless Sunset is well positioned in third. Scat Factor moving well in fourth from the inside with Le Grand Garçon a length behind him, then another 4 back to Santiago Salsa. 47 and 2 to the half. They've less than a half mile to race. It is still Lonrose Gamble and Street Serenade. Endless Sunset is inching closer from third. Le Grand Garçon into contention. Scat Factor saving ground from fourth, and still Santiago Salsa yet to tack on. Midway round the turn, Lonrose Gamble has the head in front of Street Serenade. Endless Sunset asks for a little more from third. He's 3 deep. Scat Factor is saved ground throughout. Le Grand Garçon is to his outside, and Santiago Salsa still at the back. 3/4 and 1, 12 and 1. Lonrose Gamble still has the lead. There's room up the inside for Scat Factor, but Endless Sunset takes the control with 1/8 of a mile to go. It is Endless Sunset. Scat Factor going to try and make a race of it up the rail. Lonrose Gamble and Street Serenade clinging to the minors, but Endless Sunset perfectly tripped, going on to a win. Endless Sunset going to win by 3.5 at the wire. Scat Factor was second. Le Grand Garçon got up for third over Lonrose Gamble. 1 mile and a 16th and 1:45 and 1. And they're off. Delirio showing speed on the inside. Miss D's Pride is also showing up, and splitting horses is Defogger. Indy Cowboy is fourth in striking range on the outside. At the back early are the Swayze Express, Spanish Serenade, and Conditional. It's a pretty clustered group of 7. Emerging with the early advantage is Defogger, racing a half length better than stablemate Miss D's Pride, and up the inside Delirio now puts the pressure on. Indy Cowboy is racing 4 deep, Conditional following the pack on the inside in 5th. A length back to Spanish Serenade and the new trailer, the Swayze Express. The opening quarter was 23 seconds flat. Delirio has a neck advantage over Defogger. Indy Cowboy has asked for a little bit more from third. Conditional just sitting, waiting for room from fourth. It's 2 lengths back to Misty's Pride, who's tiring. Spanish Serenade and the Swayze Express yet to get going from the back. The half was 46-1. They swing for the drive. It is now DeFogger with the advantage. Delirio tires. The threat looks like Conditional. Indy Cowboy has had a wide trip and is yet to fire, but DeFogger up by 2 with 1/8 of a mile to go. It is DeFogger and Kirk Johnson. Conditional trying from second, well back to Indy Cowboy. Spanish Serenade with a late rally. DeFogger trying to hold off Conditional. It's DeFogger coming down to the wire. Conditional gets up. Conditional by a head over DeFogger. Third was Indy Cowboy, then Spanish Serenade and Misty's Pride, 6.5 furlongs and 1:18.3. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Fort Erie Racetrack on a gorgeous Monday afternoon. We're getting into some perfect weather here, late summer weather I'd call it, 21 degrees Celsius or 70 Fahrenheit. Blue skies and some clouds today. The main track is fast and we are on the turf, listed as yielding. The rail is out 12 feet. On the turf course, we have a breeze coming out of the east at 9 miles per hour, 29 minutes to first post. This year marks the 15th anniversary of the Fort Erie Live Racing Consortium. The FELRC is proud to celebrate its 15th anniversary of independently operating the Fort Erie Racetrack. Visit our website, forterieracing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing will be back tomorrow at Fort Erie. First post will be 2:30. A reminder that starting next week, post time will be 12:20 and will remain at 12:20 for the remainder of the season. Fort Erie's Track-A-Lantern brings Halloween fun for families to the racetrack October 14th, starting at noon. Closing day will be Fort Erie Racetrack's Fan Appreciation Day. That's Tuesday, October 22nd. First post will be 12:20. We're going to have free programs, prize draws between races, and a mandatory jackpot high five payout. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. And a reminder that the Homestretch Bar and Tiki Barbecue are closed for the remainder of the season. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races, only $13.50 per person. The track pack includes 1 food item, 1 drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100. plus your first bet is on us. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. We're going to have non-winning ticket draws here today at Fort Erie. Put your name and phone number on the back of your non-winning tickets and drop them in the box at customer service for your chance to win 1 in 4 prize packages. In recognition of the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, the shirts purchased by Fort Erie Racetrack for today's prize draws were designed by Indigenous proud artist Natasha Root, and all proceeds have been donated to the Orange Shirt Society and the Indian Residential School Survivors Society. Jackpot High Five wagering offered in Race 8 today. The carryover is $5,123.76. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage are allowed in these areas, and no cannabis is permitted on the property. Changes on today's card. Race 1 is clear, no changes in the first. In Race 2, the number 3, Always Away, is a first-time gelding. No changes in Race 3. In Race 4, we have a rider change on the number 6, Rise My Guy. Make the rider Amanda Vandermeersch. Correct the weight to 120 pounds. In Race 5, we have a rider change on the number 4, Sovereign Tail. Make the rider Michael David and correct the weight to 122 pounds. In Race 6, there's an overweight on the number 1, Red Eleanor. The rider will be 2 pounds over at 122. In Race 7, scratch the main track only, number 9, Maito. No changes in Race 8. And we're back here for another week of racing here at Fort Erie Racetrack, our transitional 2:30 post time start this week. We're into the fall season now. Reminder that next week we'll be starting at 12:20. In the meantime, we have 8 races on tap today. We're on a yielding turf course. Let's take a look at our selections on a competitive day here at the Fort. Race 1 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, going 5 furlongs over the main track, going for a claiming price of $4,000. Early pick 5 wagering kicks off here. My top choice is the number 4, Loaded Question, Juan Crawford riding for trainer Joe Humber. Loaded Question ran a good second behind the perfectly tripped and classy Freret on the turf course on September 17th. Her dirt form isn't great. She does have a win over a wet track back in July. I think there's some excuses in some of those dirt races. She gets 5/8 over the main track here. If she can repeat that last turf effort, I think she will race well. The obvious horse to beat is the number 5, Moonbright, Kirk Johnson riding for the red-hot Eric Raganoff barn. Moonbright raced very well to dead heat for second behind Silver Candace for $8,000 on September 9th. Now she's cutting in half. They claimed her for $47.50. They already have a win for $8,000 out of her, so this drop is perfectly logical. Her buyer figures are solid, and she is the clear horse to beat here. In for show, an interesting new face to Fort Erie is the number 6, Demurley, going for trainer Debbie Rhombus. Demurley's been a disappointing claim. They took her for $10,000 at Gulfstream over this winter. She really hasn't done much running. She does have a win over the dirt in the past. You look at her record, she's made $86,000 on the dirt. She's a decent horse. Fraser Abley is going to come down to ride. He has had a hot hand at Woodbine lately, and the easier company could help turn things around for Demurley. Race 2 is a claiming race. 3-year-olds and up who had never won 3. The claiming price is $5,000 down to $47.50. We're going to go 5 furlongs over the main track here. Field of 6 to kick off the early pick 4. Looking to the outside, the number 6, Miko Mackey, was sent down to Fort Erie by trainer Billy Theranos on September 17th. Won a 4,000 non-2 pretty comfortably. Went gate to wire that day. He's been left here in the hands of trainer Danny Wills. Draws the outside with Fraser Abley, who has ridden this one before. I think Miko Mackey. Speed figures are competitive. Looks like he has a shot to double up here. Second, I'm going with the number 4, Back to Reality. Back to Reality set the pace, but was outkicked by Mia and Me when racing at this level on September 16th. He was a neck better than Collaborative that day. Has some speed, gets a cut back to 5 furlongs. Kenny Albu barn has been doing well this season, and it looks like Leo Salas picked this one over Miko Maki. In for the show spot, number 3, Always Away. He's been in disappointing form at Woodbine this season. He ran well to be second in May and really hasn't fired since then. He's had a break, last racing on August 24th, and you look, he had a bullet work over the Woodbine training track on September 14th. He raced well on the dirt at Gulfstream this winter. You look at the bottom of his form, he had 3 third-place finishes at higher levels at Gulfstream Park. So we're going to see if Always Away can turn things around. Emil Ramsamy riding for trainer Mike McDonald, and take note that Always Away is racing as a first-time gelding. Race 3 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. Going 5.5 furlongs for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000. I'm looking at the number 2, Bound Lucky. Sharon Chicotto has 2 live runners in this race. I think I can make a case for Bound Lucky and Mia and Me. But I've landed on Bound Lucky. He dueled on the lead and gave way to be 4th when racing for this price on September 17th. Before that, he was a winner going 6.5. I think cutting back to 5.5, he'll be stalking the pace from the inside here. Juan Crawford gets along with this Son of Pool play great. I think the trip could work out nicely for Bound Lucky this time. On the outside, one of my favorite horses this year, the number 7, Brady O'Brady, 10-year-old gelding. He's been in the top 3, 6 out of 7 starts this season. The only time he missed the board was a 4th by 2 lengths. He has not run a bad race. Second behind Amazing Success, who's in really good form last time. Before that, second to Paperback Hero. Really knocking heads with good horses here. I think he's in a good spot here. Leo Salas riding for trainer Josh Robillard. Obvious horse to beat. The favorite here is the number 1, Grand Ambition. Grand Ambition had 2 impressive wins at the start of the season, then missed some time. Came back on September 9th and ran a distant 4th behind Shaku Maku, but he was only beaten a neck and a head for second. It was not a bad race. Drops in for 6 here. Alexis Sanchez going to ride for trainer Tony Adamo. Race 4 is a claiming race, 3-year-olds and up which have never won 2 races. We're going 6.5 furlongs for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000. This race kicks off the late pick 5 on today's card. My choice here is the number 2, Seattle Down Under. Mark Lee Buchanan riding for trainer Lauren Spada. Seattle Down Under had a very wide trip on the inner turf at Woodbine last time. Really wasn't a good trip, especially starting from the 1 hole. Raced well on the dirt in an allowance race in his first start off the claim back on August 12th. So he's getting back to the dirt, which we know he handles, dropping in for $8,000. I think this race could play out well for Seattle Down Under. Number 3, Boston Bay. You're not going to get the 10-1 morning line quote here, I don't think. Boston Bay dropped into a maiden 8 and was able to win pretty comfortably on September 17th. Has to take on tougher here for his first start against winners. But the Edgar Zenteno and Nick Molini Jr. combo has been deadly at the meet, and I do think this is a decent little horse. On the outside, number 7, Beyond Talented, was a distant 4th in the same August 12th race that Seattle Down Under competed in. Before that, ran a good 2nd with a 63 buyer. Melanie Pinto going to ride for trainer Josh Robillard. Beyond Talented in with a shot from the outside. Race 5 is a maiden claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs for a claiming price of $4,000 down to $37.50. Field of 8 to kick off the late pick 4 on today's card. I've landed with the number 2, Fulcra. Leo Salas riding for trainer Kenny Albu. Last time out, race for this price was second best behind the pace setting A Sting for Love. That was a muddy track on September 23rd. Should have forward position here, obviously fits at this level. And I just don't see anything else in this race to be enamored with. I think it could play out well for Fulcra. Number 5, Faithful Gift, obviously looks logical. Ran second last time by 3/4 of a length. It looks like she was closing, but really Bad Zizi was stopping. The wire came in time for Bad Zizi, but it really wasn't a big rally for Faithful Gift. She belongs at the bottom level. Pinto riding for Sharon Chicotto. If Fulcra doesn't fire, Faithful Gift could land in a winning position. Then the number 3, Wildcats Lean, broke badly. Ran on to be 3rd in the same race that Faithful Gift exits, 3 lengths behind that foe. Second-time starter, could improve with racing experience. Kirk Johnson riding for trainer Julie Mathis. Race 6 is a starter optional claimer for fillies and mares, which have started for a price of $8,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $12,500. 5 furlongs is the distance. I think there's a standout horse here, the number 7, American Gamble. American Gamble has only raced on dirt once. It was 2 years ago in the Rondo Bay Stakes on Prince of Wales Day, where she ran a very good third with a 70 buyer. I've been waiting to see this horse back on the dirt since then. Hasn't happened, but now she's coming down for trainer Warren Wilcox. Luis Contreras gets along with this one very well, and he is coming down for the ride. She's been running against good company at Woodbine in the starter optional claiming ranks. She should handle the dirt well. She should appreciate this company. I think American Gamble will prevail here. Number 2, Silver Candace exits a win in an 8,000 claimer. She sat on the inside, dueling on the lead, and kicked clear to beat Moonbright and getting ahead. She's inconsistent, but when she is on her game, she is a nice horse. 5 lifetime wins in 11 starts, and every other start she's missed the board. So Silver Candace, you don't know what you're going to get. Fraser Abley will retain the mount for trainer Julie Mathis. Then the 3, Getting Ahead. Dead Heated for second behind Silver Candace last time out. Was a comfortable winner against the boys for $62.50 in the start prior. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Joe Humber. This filly's been top 2 in 5 of 7 starts this season. Race 7 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up. We're going about 7 furlongs over the yielding turf for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000. The yielding turf could make things interesting today. You really never know how a horse is going to handle it, especially when you get so few opportunities to run over turf this soft. I've gone with the number 2, Wilberforce, who's 8-1 on the morning line. I see Ashley Mayhew's landed in the same direction. Wilberforce ran 4th in the Puss in Boots. It wasn't a bad effort, but it was a little disappointing. He only got beat a neck for 3rd. He was running on at the end. But you look 2 starts ago at Woodbine. He took on horses like Alley Oop Johnny and Classy Whisper, and he held his own. He ran a very good 3rd that day against better company than this. His record over this turf course is solid. He's run well over good turf, so I don't see why he shouldn't handle the yielding going. He has a good post. I think Wilberforce will get his 2nd win of the season here today. Number 6, Paperback Hero. Just couldn't beat Blue Max last time. Blue Max really is becoming a standout sprinter on the dirt here. No shame in running 2nd to that one. Paperback Hero has shown this year that he does have that added dimension of being able to run well on the turf. He was 3rd behind 4 Aces High on August 18th. First start of the season going at this distance, about 7 furlongs, he was able to run 3rd behind the Lone Speed Hiatus, who's really having a good year. So even though you might think of Paperback Hero as a closing dirt sprinter, I would not count him out going 2 turns on the turf, especially he's just running well every time. Hasn't missed the top 3 this season. Remarkably consistent horse. Mark Lee Buchanan riding for Roy Augustino and Reggie Johnston. Then in for 3rd, the number 4, Society Joe. Given a perfect ride by Amanda Vandermeersch in the Puss in Boots Cup. Took advantage of the rail draw, sat on the inside, found the split in the stretch and was able to kick clear. 42-1 that day. Biggest knock with Society Joe, he's not consistent. If you want to take probably a short price, hoping that he can run back to that Puss in Boots effort, that's on you. I don't know if he'll be able to repeat it. I know if he can, he's good enough to double up, but I just don't really trust him. Last race of the day, Jackpot High Five. Race 8 is a claiming race, fillies and mares which have never won 2, 6.5 furlongs, $4,000 to claiming tag. I do not think there's much in this race. This is wide open. There's nobody to fall in love with here. I think you're wise to go for some prices. I've gone with a long shot, the number 4, Few Regrets, Austin Adams riding for trainer Roy Augustino. Her last race was a dud. I don't know why she didn't fire. The track was muddy, but she has won over a wet track before. The start before that, distant 3rd, beat 14 lengths, but the 42 buyers, not terrible. Before that, 3rd in a 5-horse field at Woodbine. There's good races on her form. The last couple have been disappointing. If she's at her best, she can win this race at a decent price. The number 8, Speed Loader. Probably the deserving favorite. She looked pretty good winning a maiden 4 on the turf on September 16th, but there wasn't much in that race. And that was on turf, going 2 turns. Now we got to see if she's going to sprint on the dirt. She's never tried the dirt before. She did have a 48 flat work on the Woodbine training track back in August, so there's at least some reference there. Kirk Johnson going to ride for trainer Danny Wills, speed loader. Your call. And for third, I don't mind the number 3, Smokin' Chloe. She's been picking up checks consistently this season since she's come down to Fort Erie. Hasn't been worse than 4th. Ran 3rd last time behind Princess Buchero. Decent draw. Juan Crawford and Joe Humber have been teaming up with good results this season. At 8-1, I think you can do worse than Smokin' Chloe. So there you have it. 8 races on tap today. Some pretty good wagering events. 12 minutes to first post. Best of luck with all of your wagers, and enjoy this beautiful day here at Fort Erie Racetrack.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPIBet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
Well, we certainly could not ask for better weather here on this Monday program. 8 races ahead of us and some nice fields, especially later on in the card. And kicking it off here on the main track at a distance of 5 furlongs, fillies and mares here for the $4,000 tag. And for me, when I looked at this race on paper, I gravitated a little bit towards the outside in here. The number 5, Moonbright, looks extremely tough. This is a horse that the connections picked up for a little bit more than this. Not too much more, though. They claimed this one for $4,750. Prior to that, we saw this horse against allowance level competition, and look what she's been able to do. Last time out, she was second in a dead heat. Silver Candace ended up being 2 lengths best in there, but I think for this one, dropping in class, she makes a lot of sense. She's been very useful this season, yet to finish worse than second in those 6 starts now in 2024. So Moonbright, I think, looks tough. Very curious about the number 6, Demurely, on the outside. Excited to see this one. When I was down at Gulfstream Park, I remember her kind of going through some different barns, and her dirt races in the past, she's been all right. She's been pretty consistent, at least getting minor shares, and I'm just wondering, the class relief, getting back onto the dirt, I think that could really wake her up in here. So curious to see what her off odds will be in the spot. She was 7-2 on the morning line. I think she could be a little sneaky in this spot, even though her last couple, they leave some things to be desired. And finally from here, the number 1, Love My Cheryl. This is a horse who I think when you look at her season so far, she didn't get started until a little bit later. It took her until July 7th, and I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that she raced at Mountaineer and at Mahoning Valley. But in those last couple of efforts, she's fallen flat. Another one that gets class relief in here. Look at those races 3 and 4 back at the level, one of which was at the 5/8 distance. She could be tough. She has actually shown some early foot. We'll see what the pace ends up being in this spot, but she draws the inside, and I just wonder if she's got a shot in here maybe to score an upset. But I think if you look at it just on paper alone, the 5, Moonbright, looks very tough, and I could not go against her on the top spot. Good luck here in the opener.
Field is making their way on track for today's first race. Race 1 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, going for a claiming price of $4,000, traveling a distance of 5 furlongs, competing for a purse of $13,500. Race 1 offers win place show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering. Race 1 post parade, number 1 is Love My Cheryl. Leo Salas riding for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Number 2 is Devil in Her Heart. Alexis Sanchez has the call for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Mary Lynn Augustino. Howard Keane owns and trains the number 3, Easy Access. The rider is Michael David. Number 4 is Loaded Question. Juan Crawford riding for trainer Joe Humber and owner Joy Elkins. Number 5 is Moonbright. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Eric Raganoff and owner Bruno Schickadans. Completing the field, number 6 is Demorley. Fraser Abley rides for trainer Debbie Rhombus and owners DR Against the Wind and 2557638 Ontario Incorporated. Early pick 5 wagering kicks off here in race 1. Field for race 1 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Heavy favorite at 3 to 5 is the number 5 Moonbright. Looking for her 4th win of the season. This race kicks off the early pick 5. First to load will be Love My Cheryl and Leo Salez. Devil in Her Heart with Alexis Sanchez to gate 2. Long Shot Easy Access with Michael David. Loaded Question and Juan Crawford. Moonbright, the 3 to 5 favorite under Kirk Johnson. Last in will be the Woodbine Invader, Demurley with Fraser Abley. All set. And they're off. A good beginning. Demurley broke sharply from the outside. Easy Access showing speed, and between them is Moonbright. Devil in Her Heart racing in 4th between horses, now dropping back to last as she's passed by Love My Cheryl and Loaded Question. 3 across the track in the early running. It's Easy Access with the neck in front. Demurley is on the outside, and Moonbright in a tight spot between horses. It's a gap of 2 to the pair of Loaded Question, who's ahead better than Love My Cheryl, and tailed off in last is Devil in Her Heart. The opening corner was a quick 22 flat, and now Easy Access has opened up 2 lengths. Demurley is second. Moonbright going to need to find more. Love My Cheryl had to steady behind him. Loaded Question is making a wide rally at the head of the lane. Easy Access at 50 to 1 has a 2.5 length advantage and a furlong to the wire. Demurley trying to make a race of it. Love My Cheryl down the far outside, passing Loaded Question. It's Easy Access still holding. Here comes Demurley, one final push. Easy Access looking to blow up the tote board, but Demurley gets up. Demurley by a neck over Easy Access. Moonbright came back on again for 3rd, and then a closing Devil in Her Heart. 5 furlongs and 58 and 3. Unofficial in race 1, the winner is number 6, Demurley. Second is the 3, Easy Access. Third, number 5, Moonbright. And 4th, number 2, Devil in Her Heart. Unofficial race 1 order, 6-3-5-2. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's first race, number 6, Demurley. Demurley is a 5-year-old chestnut mare by Uncaptured out of Concert Country, bred in Florida by Lauren Stables Incorporated. Ridden to victory today by Fraser Abley, Demurley is trained by Debbie Rhombus for DR Against the Wind Incorporated and 255-7638 Ontario Incorporated. Second win of 2024 for Demurley, her 5th lifetime win in 32 starts. She gets up to take her Fort Erie debut, completing the 5 furlongs in a time of 58 and 3. Congratulations to the connections of Demurley. Hold all tickets until race 1 is made official. Race 1 is now official. Prices are up. Demorley returns $9.90 to win, $6.10 and $2.60. 50 to 1 long shot, number 3 Easy Access in for second, $30 to place, $8.50 to show. Third, number 5 Moonbright, $2.10 to show. $2 exacta 6-3, $378.80. The $1 try, 635, $644.55. And the $1 super, 6352, $2,108.95. Closing day will be Fan Appreciation Day here at Fort Erie Racetrack, Tuesday, October 22nd. First post will be 12:20. We're going to have free programs, prize draws between races, and a mandatory payout in the Jackpot High Five. Race 2 is coming up in 19 minutes. Changes. The number 3, Always Away, will race as a first-time gelding. First-time gelding, number 3, Always Away.
Race 2 up next, 5 ace here on the main track, a $5,000 claiming event for non-winners of 3 life. Field of 6 here going postward. I'll kick things off with the number 4, Back to Reality for Kenny Albu. Looking at this horse physically, honestly, I don't remember him ever being this big. He carries a lot of weight right now, and he's been the runner-up in his last 2. He's getting a little bit of class relief in here. Nothing huge, but a little bit. We'll see Mia and Me later on the program. I think kind of looking at those trips the last couple, 2 starts back was chasing the pace, and more recently was on the lead and surrendered late, but that was going 6 furlongs. I think returning to the 5 ace distance should certainly help this one's chances, but on paper, plenty of speed in here, so we'll see what this one can do. Speed held pretty well there, in the opener. As we saw, the runner-up was the pace setter, and Demirely was chasing the pace. Besides Back to Reality, I think the outside runner is certainly one to look at here. This is Miko Mackey, who was a winner last time out, was able to pick up that second career victory here, going 6 furlongs, well in for 4,000. But kind of looking at this horse, you can go down the page. First time on the dirt was last time out. I thought it was a good performance, was much the best in there. Does technically step up in class today. Higher claiming price. I'm not really concerned with that. Fraser Abley, we saw, was able to take the opener on the card, and as the outside draw, so a little bit of a benefit there with the outside post. And finally, the number 1, MC Jackhammer. Dominant performance last time out, and I think the wake-up call was finally got out of that allowance level competition, dropped in for a tag, and go down the page. All you see is allowance competition. Last time out was in for $6,250, went a little further than this at 5.5. He drew clear, got a really nice buyer speed figure of a 65, and I think for him, maybe with so much pace on paper, he gets the setup that he needs. But as I mentioned in the opener, we saw the track was fast, speed held. Looks good here in the walking ring, just like his recent form, right? It's nice to have a wing coming into here. He was really able to rebound after a poor performance here on August 12th. And he's one that certainly loves this distance and at least is worth a shot in the exotics, if not higher up on your tickets. And nice to see Juan Crawford was aboard for that score last time out and sticks with him here. A nice betting race here in race number 2. If you got knocked out of that early pick 5, you can regroup here and play in the early pick 4. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's second race. Race 2 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. Going for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750, traveling a distance of 5 furlongs, competing for a purse of $15,750. Race 2 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering. Race 2 post parade, number 1 is MC Jackhammer. Juan Crawford riding for trainer Joe Humber and owner Church Street Stables. Sharon Chicotto owns and trains the number 2, Spirit of Seattle. The rider is Melanie Pinto. Number 3 is Always Away. Emil Ramsamy has the call for trainer Mike McDonald and owner Ken Doyen. Number 4 is Back to Reality. Leo Salas riding for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. Number 5 is Collaborative. Edgar Zenteno riding for trainer Nick Malini Jr. and owners Centennial Farms Niagara, John Lennox, and Jim Craig. Completing the field, number 6 is Miko Mackey. Fraser Abley in the saddle for trainer Danny Wills and owners Terra Horse Farm and Natural 8 Stable. 3 minutes to post for race 2. Early pick 4 wagering kicks off here. Starting gate is in position. Last call to get your race 2 wagers in. It's a competitive betting board. 5 of the 6 are between 5-2 and 4-1. Race 2 kicks off the early pick 4 wager here on today's card. And the field is approaching the starting gate, so not much time left to get those wagers in. And race 2 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Slight favorite at 5-2 is the number 5 Collaborative. Now favoritism shifts to the number 6 Miko Maki, but this board is wide open. First to load is MC Jackhammer, a last out winner under Juan Crawford. Spirit of Seattle and Melanie Pinto. Woodbine Invader Always Away with Emil Ramsamy. Back to Reality and Leo Salez. Collaborative with Edgar Zenteno. Collaborative, reluctant to load. Comes up now, last in will be Miko Maki, Fraser Abley looking to sweep the early double. All set. And they're off. Always Away out a step slowly. The others broke well. MC Jackhammer on the inside. Spirit of Seattle. Miko Maki 4 deep with Back to Reality between them. Collaborative is racing 5th, tracking that dueling quartet. And saving ground at the back is Always Away. Into the turn they go with Spirit of Seattle and MC Jackhammer head and head. Miko Maki is tracking the pace while racing 3 deep. It's a gap of 2 to Back to Reality, being joined by Collaborative and Always Away at the back. The opening quarter was 22-2. It is MC Jackhammer with a short advantage over Spirit of Seattle. Miko Maki right there from 3rd. Collaborative saving ground, racing on the inside of Back to Reality, who swings 4 deep and Always Away, going to try to rally from last. Down the stretch they come. It's anyone's race. Miko Maki puts the head in front of MC Jackhammer. Room up the fence for Collaborative. Always Away down the far outside. It's Miko Maki. Collaborative up the rail. Always Away surging. Collaborative puts the head in front. Collaborative maybe holds. Always Away there. Miko Maki Back to Reality. 5 furlongs and 58-1. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 5, Collaborative. It's a photo for place. Hold all tickets. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's second race, number 5, Collaborative. Collaborative is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Malibu Moon out of Ellen Vannon, bred here in Ontario by Hillendale Farms. Rallying up the rail under Edgar Zenteno, Collaborative is trained by Nick Molini Jr. for Centennial Farms Niagara, John Lennox, and Jim Craig. Second win of the season and third lifetime win for Collaborative. He completes the 5 furlongs in a time of 58-1. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a dead heat for place in race 2 today. Dead heat for second between number 3, Always Away, and number 6, Miko Maki. So again, that's a dead heat for place between the 3 and the 6 here in race 2. Unofficial race 2 order is 5, 3, 6, dead heat, 4. Once again, unofficial race 2 order is 5, 3, 6, dead heat, 4. Race 2 is now official. Prices are up. Collaborative returns $12.80 to win, $5 and $3.30. Second is the 3, Always Away, $3.90 to place, $5 to show. Also in the dead heat for place, number 6, Miko Maki, $4.90 to place, $5.60 to show. The $2 exacta 5.3, $36.90. The $2 exacta 5.6, $29.70. $1 try, 5.36, $104.70. $1 try, 5.63, $75.20. $1 super, 5.364, $199.25. $1 super, 5.634, $175.45. And the $2 double, 6.5, $60.40. On screen now is the dead heat photo for race 2 for place. And a reminder, we're having non-winning ticket draws today here at Fort Erie. Put your name and phone number on the back of your non-winning ticket and drop them in the basket at customer service for your chance to win one of 4 prize packages. In recognition of the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, the shirts purchased by Fort Erie Racetrack for today's prize draws were designed by Indigenous proud artist Natasha Root, and all proceeds have been donated to the Orange Shirt Society and the Indian Residential School Survivors Society. Race 3 is coming up in 21 minutes. There are no changes.
Race 3 up next, a claiming event here with a price of $6,250 and a distance of 5.5 furlongs here on the main track. And so far on the card, not been a great day for the favorites. We'll see if the likely favorite in here, the number 1 Grand Ambition, can deliver. Those 2 wins, 2 and 3 starts back, were very impressive. This horse was able to make the lead in that second win quite easily and drew clear, and even prior to that made a big move kind of early on in the race to draw clear again by 7.5 and more recently 5.25. But I guess the concern was those 2 starts, 2 huge efforts, 5 days in between those races, and then had a couple of months off, came back, and wasn't able to roll at that $10,000 claiming rank. But it's worth noting Shaku Maku is an absolute beast if he makes the lead, and he technically was the winner in there. He was disqualified, but with a horse like that, I just think when you're kind of chasing that speed, you're at a disadvantage. You can see they've regrouped and they've dropped in class. He's in for 6,000. He draws the rail, gets Alexis Sanchez. You know this is going to be a send mission from the inside, and we'll see what this one can do. But I wouldn't take too short of a price endorsing him. Now others to look at, the number 7 Brady O'Brady. Absolutely love this horse. I'm a little biased. He's a 10-year-old, and he is a horse that when he hits the track and he comes back from his races, you can just see that he loves his job. His ears are always forward, and his resume really reflects that he loves to race. Look at him this year, 6 for 7 in the money. He's already rattled off 2 wins here in 2024, and last time out, he closed from off of it. He just had a little bit too much work to do late. He missed by a length and a half, but he was towards the back of the pack early on, and that was going 6 furlongs. I know he's going to cut back to 5.5 here, and it is a little bit shorter, but there's a ton of speed up front like there should be early. He should still be rolling late. He draws the outside in here, and Leo Salas, no stranger to him. Look who's been aboard last time out and for those 2 wins here this year. And finally, the number 3, Mia and Me. This is an intriguing horse. I'll be honest, last time out I did not endorse this horse, and ashamed that I did not, because this horse won for fun, was only in for 5,000 there when picking up that 3rd lifetime win, but I thought it was a good ride in that event from Juan Crawford to kind of let this one rate early on. And then when called upon, he just found another gear, and it was certainly a rebound performance. Look at the effort 2 back. He went from a 49 Beyer speed figure to a 71, and you just wonder here with the pace and how hot it could be, wonder if this horse can close and at least get a share in here. But for me, the top 2 by far are the 1 Grand Ambition and the 7 Brady O'Brady. And I gave the inside horse here the nod. Best of luck here in the 3rd.
Field is making their way on track for today's third race. Race 3 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2024 or which have never won 4 races. We're going for a claiming price of $6,250 down to $6,000. Traveling a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $19,800. Race 3 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 3 post parade. Number 1 is Grand Ambition. Alexis Sanchez rides for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Bermuda Blue Farm. Number 2 is Bound Lucky. Juan Crawford has the call for trainer Sharon Chicotto, who owns in partnership with Jim Vatir and Vino Bahari. Number 3 is Mia and Me. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Sharon Chicotto, who owns in partnership with Jim Vatir and Michael Thomas Green. Number 4 is Reload Bullet. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner B11 Incorporated. Number 5 is Feel the Beat. Mark Lee Buchanan rides for trainer Eric Raganoff and owner Bruno Schickadans. Also competing for Bruno Schickadans is the number 6, Bend in the River. Fraser Abley in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis. Completing the field, number 7, Brady O'Brady. Leo Salas riding for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. 2 minutes to post for race 3. Race 3 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. First to load will be the even money favorite, Grand Ambition with Alexis Sanchez. Grand Ambition goes up. Bound Lucky and Juan Crawford. Stablemate Mia and Me with Amanda Vandermeersch. Goes up. Reload Bullet and Kirk Johnson. Feel the Beat with Mark Lee Buchanan. The other Bruno Schickedan's runner, Bend in the River with Fraser Abley. Last in will be the 10-year-old Brady O'Brady with Leo Salas. All set. And they're off. Perfect break. Mia and Me broke well. Bound Lucky also showing up. Deep on the track is Feel the Beat with Bend in the River on the outside, and now up the fence is Grand Ambition. The early trailer is going to be Brady O'Brady, but it is a stack of 6 going for the early lead. On the inside, the advantage now goes to Grand Ambition, racing a length better than Bound Lucky, Mia and Me, and Reload Bullet, who races a trio. The Schickedan's runners have backed off. Bend in the River on the outside of Feel the Beat, and room up the rail for Brady O'Brady. The opening quarter was 22-2. Grand Ambition now being hounded by Mia and Me. Bound Lucky right behind that duo. It's a gap of 2 to Brady O'Brady, who slipped up the inside of Bend in the River and Feel the Beat. Up the inside, Feel the Beat trails. Reload Bullet is tired. Down the stretch they come, and Mia and Me putting the gears to Grand Ambition. Bound Lucky going to try and rally 3 deep. Here comes Brady O'Brady, who swung to the outside. Mia and Me has taken the advantage of Grand Ambition. It's Mia and Me and Amanda Vandermeersch. Grand Ambition tries to fight back, but Mia and Me is best. Mia and Me by a length over Grand Ambition, then Bound Lucky and Brady O'Brady. 5.5 furlongs and 104 flat. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 3, Mia and Me. Second is the 1, Grand Ambition. Third, number 2, Bound Lucky, and fourth, number 7, Brady O'Brady. Unofficial race 3 order, 3-1-2-7. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's third race, number 3, Mia and Me. Mia and Me is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Frack Daddy out of Alpha Mood. Bred here in Ontario by Laurel Byrne. Ridden to victory today by Amanda Vandermeersch. Mia and Me is trained by Sharon Chicado, who owns in partnership with Jim Vatier and Michael Thomas Green. Third win of the season for Mia and Me, his fourth lifetime win. He completes the 5.5 furlongs in a time of 1:04 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Mia and Me. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. And race 3 is official. Prices are up. Mia and Me, $10.40 to win, $4 and $3. Second, number 1, Grand Ambition, $2.60 to place, $2.20. Third, number 2, Bound Lucky, $3.50 to show. $2 Exacta, 3-1, $26.80. The $1 Try, 3-1-2, $44.55. $1 Super, 3-1-2-7, $103.95. $2 Double, 5-3, $128.80. And the $1 Pick 3, $223 even. Changes for race 4. We have a rider change on the number 6, Rise My Guy. Make the jockey Amanda Vandermeersch correct the weight to 120 pounds. 16 minutes to post.
Race 4 kicks off the late pick 5. It's an $8,000 claiming event for non-winners of 2 life, 6.5 furlongs here on the main track. And we've seen 5.5 so far, so we're going to go a little bit further here, and we'll see how speed holds, or maybe it doesn't hold. We saw in the most recent race, Mia and Me was able to kind of press the pace in there and get the job done. And her rider, Amanda Vandermeer, is going to pick up the mount here on the 6, Rise My Guy, who was second last time out, and sort of got a similar trip to what Mia and Me just got in race number 3. And kind of looking at this horse, was claimed there for $4,000, joins the new barn of George Newland, who's having a good meet, almost winning at 20%. And I think looking at that most recent effort, even going 2 starts back, we've seen 5.5 furlongs, 6. I think 6.5 is going to be the perfect distance for this horse. His one win came on the dirt, and you have to go pretty far down the page to find it. You won't see it if you pull up past performances, unless you have all the lines. It was down at Gulfstream Park, and I just think looking at his last 2, this horse makes a ton of sense here. And yes, jumping up in class, but I think the difference maker is going to be the distance today. So Rise My Guy on top for me. From here, the number 3, Boston Bay, is who I will use underneath. This horse is 10-1 on the morning line. I don't think we'll get that. Now, this horse was able to graduate last time out in for the $8,000 tag, but it was the second start in the barn, 2 starts back, first off the claim. Really nice performance against maiden special weight competition, just came up a little bit short and has just been really hardy now at the 6.5 furlong distance. So I like horses with good recent form. This one certainly fits the bill. These connections were able to team up earlier on the program with Collaborative. And finally from here, the number 2, Seattle Down Under, this one for Lauren Spade. I think this horse, you can just simply draw a line through that last out effort at Woodbine. I don't think this horse handled the turf course at all, wasn't able to make any sort of an impact, but 2 starts back, I thought it was a good performance, and that was against tougher. The Grand Garçon was able to close from off of it and get the job done, and this one was just second throughout. And I just wonder here, getting back on the dirt, if we can see this one get in the money once again. Another one getting class relief. So a little bit of a confusing way here to kick off the late pick 5, and we've seen prices so far, so we'll see what happens here in race number 4. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's fourth race. Race 4 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. Going for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000, traveling a distance of 6 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $22,200. Race 4 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering. Race 4 Post Parade number 1 is Beer Mosa. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Alicia Robillard. Number 2 is Seattle Down Under. Mark Lee Buchanan has the call for owner-trainer Lauren Spada. Nick Malini Jr. owns and trains the number 3, Boston Bay. The rider is Edgar Zenteno. Number 4 is Defogger. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Ken Albu and owner Pier 1 Stables. Number 5 is Heat Merchant. Leo Salas has the call for trainer Pat Perante and owner Kowloon Tong Racing Stable Incorporated. Number 6 is Rise My Guy. Amanda Vandermeersch picks up the mount for trainer George Newland and owner Lincoln Rodhay. Completing the field, number 7, Beyond Talented, Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Late pick 5 wagering kicks off here in race 4. Race 4 field heading behind the starting gate. It is now post time for the late pick 5. Co-favorites at 2-1 are the number 5, Heat Merchant, and the number 7, Beyond Talented. First to load, number 1, Beer Mosa with Juan Crawford. Seattle Down Under and Mark Lee Buchanan. Seattle Down Under goes in. Last out winner, Boston Bay with Edgar Zenteno. Nick Malini Jr. and Edgar Zenteno looking for a double on today's card. DeFogger and Kirk Johnson. Heat Merchant in from Woodbine, 9-5 under Leo Salez. Rise My Guy and Amanda Vandermeersch. Last in will be Beyond Talented and Melanie Pinto. All set for the late pick 5. And they're off. Beyond Talented and Rise My Guy both broke well from the outside. Boston Bay is showing up with DeFogger. Heat Merchant also going to be part of the early picture. Dropping back early are Beer Mosa and the trailer, Seattle Down Under. From the outside, the advantage is Beyond Talented with Rise My Guy right there, and up the inside, here comes Heat Merchant. They're 3 in a line in front of DeFogger. Racing in 5th, it's Boston Bay along the rail. Coming to the outside is Beer Mosa, and deepest of all is Seattle Down Under. The opening quarter, a contested 23 seconds flat. Heat Merchant now a half length better, now a length than Rise My Guy and Beyond Talented, who's 3 deep. DeFogger has been saving ground throughout. Boston Bay making a rally 2 wide. Seattle Down Under asked for a little more, and it's well back to Beer Mosa. 45 flat to the half. Heat Merchant tries to give them the slip. He's opened up 2.5 lengths with less than a quarter of a mile to go. Rise My Guy is second. Boston Bay angles wide up the inside. DeFogger has room. Beyond Talented needs to do better. Seattle Down Under on the inside. It is Heat Merchant. The lead is 3. Rise My Guy still second, Boston Bay third, and up the inside DeFogger, drifting out but still holding. It's Heat Merchant. Heat Merchant is much the best. It's Heat Merchant and Leo Salez in the middle of the track. Rise My Guy was second over Boston Bay and DeFogger. 6.5 furlongs and 1:16 3. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 5, Heat Merchant. Second is the 6, Rise My Guy. Third, number 3, Boston Bay. And fourth, number 4, DeFogger. Unofficial race 4 order, 5, 6, 3, 4. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 4th race, number 5, Heat Merchant. Heat Merchant is a 5-year-old Grayer Roan gelding by Kobe's Back out of Red Velvet, bred in Kentucky by CRK Stable LLC. Ridden to victory today by Leo Salez, Heat Merchant is trained by Pat Perante for Kowloon Tong Racing Stable. Heat Merchant, despite lugging out, wins easily in his Fort Erie debut, earning his second lifetime win, completing the 6.5 furlongs in a time of 1:16.3. Congratulations to the connections of Heat Merchant. Hold all tickets until race 4 is made official. Race 4 is now official. Prices are up. Heat Merchant at 8-5 returns $5.30 to win, $3.80 and $3. Second, number 6, Rise My Guy, $5.50 to place, $3.90. Third, number 3, Boston Bay, $3.50 to show. $2 exacta, 5.6, $23.60. The $1 try, 5.63, $51.50. $1 super, 5.634, $183.60. $2 double, 3.5, $38.20. And the $1 pick 3, $158.20. And we are having non-winning ticket draws here today at Fort Erie. Put your name and phone number on the back of your non-winning ticket and drop them in the basket at customer service for your chance to win one of 4 prize packages. In recognition of the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, the shirts purchased by Fort Erie Racetrack for today's prize draws were designed by Indigenous proud artist Natasha Root, and all proceeds have been donated to the Orange Shirt Society and the Indian Residential School Survivors Society. Changes for race 5. We have a rider change on the number 4, Sovereign Tail. Make the rider Michael David and correct the weight to 122 pounds. 17 minutes to post.
Four down, four to go here. Race number 5 is a maiden claiming event. Price tag here of $4,000 for these fillies and mares. Distance of 5.5 furlongs on the main track. My top pick is the number 5, Faithful Gift. This one for Sharon Sacato, Melanie Pinto in the irons. Melanie was aboard last time out and really liked the way that she rode this Daughter of Gradar. In terms of the trip, we've seen different things from her. She's been kind of far back. She's been on the lead or chasing the pace, and it looked like she was very comfortable rating with Melanie in the irons. They were able to make a late move and just came up a little short in the end. Bad ZZ was part of that pace and was able to prevail by 3/4 of a length. But it seemed like not only did the ride help last time out, but also the fact that this horse dropped down to the $4,000 level was kind of amongst her friends there and stays at that level today. I think this is the right fit. Does pick up an additional 1/16 of a mile. I think the main rival for Faithful Gift is the number 2, Fulcra, who last time out was just second best and second best all the way around the racetrack. In terms of the trip, the winner just was faster. A Sting for Love was able to get out front, and this horse just could not keep up and could not make the lead, and just second best. And for this one, was getting out of the dirt for the first time, was taking a big drop in class. Prior to that, maiden special weight competition on the turf course. So another one they think just found the right level last time out. Leo Salas was aboard for that event and stays at the Kenny Albu training. And finally, from here, the number 7, Ring It Up, is my third pick in here. Maybe there's a reason for a poor performance last time out, that being the off track. I thought prior to that, 2 efforts here where this one was just simply second best in both of them. Second behind Ferocious Queen, scored an upset there, but looked like a winner in the paddock. And then in that most recent race over a fast track, it was at the 6 furlong distance, was in for 7,000, and Tachyon Speed just opened up a big lead in there and drew clear by nearly 11 lengths in the end. So willing to draw a line through that most recent effort. Does get a different rider today in career start number 8. Edgar Zenteno picks up the mount. But a field of 8 here. Fillies and Mares will go postward to kick off this late pick 4 sequence. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 5th race. Race 5 is a maiden claimer for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. Going for a claiming price of $4,000 down to $3,750, traveling a distance of 5.5 furlongs, competing for a purse of $15,000. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. Race 5 Post Parade. Number 1 is Bamboo's Babe. Alexis Sanchez rides for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Andrew Stronach. Number 2 is Fulcra. Leo Sala's in the saddle for trainer Ken Albu and owner Pier 1 Stables. We'll come back to the 3 and 4. Number 5 is Faithful Gift. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Sharon Chicotto, who owns in partnership with Vino Bahari. Come back to the 6. Number 7 is Ring It Up. Edgar Zenteno riding for owner-trainer Louis Cappy. Number 8 is Impressive Style. Terry Husbands has the call for trainer Paula Loescher and owner Sergio Magrin. On screen now, number 6 is Crazy Tourist. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Joy Elkins. Number 4 is Sovereign Tale. Michael David picks up the mount for owner-trainer Barbara Bailey. Race 5 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Set to begin loading for the late pick 4. Field of 8 maiden claiming fillies and mares set to start here. First in will be Bamboo's Babe with Alexis Sanchez. 9-5 favorite Fulcra looking to give Leo Salas a race-to-race double. Wildcats Lean with Kirk Johnson. Wildcats Lean steps up. Sovereign Tail and Michael David. Faithful Gift and Melanie Pinto. First time starter Crazy Tourist with Juan Crawford. Ring It Up and Edgar Zenteno. Last in will be Impressive Style and Terry Husbands. All set. And they're off. Impressive Style broke sharply from the outside. Slow in the early stages is the first timer, Crazy Tourist. Up the inside, Bamboo's Babe takes a short lead from Fulcra, who's racing in second. 3 deep in third is Faithful Gift, racing as a pair with Wildcats Lean. Then we have Sovereign Tail. On her outside is Ring It Up, then Impressive Style, and it's well back to Crazy Tourist. Opening quarter was 22 and 4, 3 furlongs to travel. It is Bamboo's Babe with the head in front of the 1-5 favorite Fulcra. A gap of 2 to Faithful Gift, traveling well in third. Wildcats Lean is fourth. Fifth is Sovereign Tail. Sixth, Ring It Up, then Impressive Style. And still at the back is Crazy Tourist. They swing for the drive. It is still Bamboo's Babe and Fulcra head and head. 3 deep, Faithful Gift tries to launch a rally. Room up the inside for Wildcats Lean if good enough. It is Bamboo's Babe looking to pull off an upset. Here comes... It's Bamboo's Babe on top. Faithful Gift trying to make a race of it. Coming down to the wire. It's down to these two. Bamboo's Babe and Alexis Sanchez on top. Bamboo's Babe by 1 1/4 over Faithful Gift. Then Fulcra and Wildcats Lean. 5.5 furlongs and 106 and 1. Unofficial in race 5, the winner at 30 to 1 is number 1, Bamboo's Babe. Second is the 5, Faithful Gift. Third, number 2, Fulcra. And fourth, number 3, Wildcats Lean. Unofficial race 5 order, 1, 5, 2, 3. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's fifth race, number 1, Bamboo's Babe. Bamboo's Babe is a 4-year-old bay filly by Stefan Otzi out of Bamboo Stick, bred here in Ontario by owner Andrew Stronach. Ridden to victory today by Alexis Sanchez, Bamboo's Babe is trained by Steve Cathcart. Bamboo's Babe pulls off a 30-1 shocker to break her maiden in attempt number 9, completing the 5 1/2 furlongs in the time of 1:06.1. Congratulations to the connections of Bamboo's Babe. Hold all tickets until race 5 is made official. Race 5 is now official. It's official. Prices are up. Bamboo's Babe returns $71.80 to win, $26.50, and $6.30 to show. Second, number 5, Faithful Gift, $6.30 to place, $2.50. Third, number 2, Fulcra, $2.10 to show. $2 exacta, 1.5, $252.70. The $1 try, 152, $213.60. $1 super, 1523, $814.55. $2 double, 5-1, $212.90. The $1 pick 3, $393.95. $1 pick 4, $5,792.30. The $1 early pick 5 paid to 4 out of 5. It returns $721.65. Once again, the pick 5 wager pays to 4 out of 5. And we have some winners for the non-winning ticket prize draw. Could Ian Gray, Paul McElroy, Ernie Page, and Ron Davis please report to customer service? Once again, that's Ian Gray, Paul McElroy, Ernie Page, and Ron Davis. Please report to customer service to collect your prizes. Changes for race 6. We have an overweight on the number 1, Red Eleanor. The rider will be 2 pounds over at 122. 16 minutes to post.
Race 6 is an interesting event here on the main track at a distance of 5 furlongs, a starter optional claiming event for fillies and mares, and a field of 7 will go postward. And when you go down the PPs here for these horses, Red Eleanor, Silver Candace getting ahead, you see a very common theme, and I haven't even made my way to the second page of the past performances. That name of that game is speed, and there's so much speed signed on in this race that I think it might set up for a horse like the number 7 American Gamble. And the reason I think that is this horse has been on the turf in the last couple, and sure, the splits have been pretty quick up there at Woodbine, but I think with the outside draw, Luis Contreras is in town to ride. I think that's a positive sign and gets back on the dirt. I think that could be the game changer. And with the outside draw, maybe a horse like American Gamble is sitting in that right trip early on. We'll see what happens. Today's speed has been fairly good throughout the card, and you wouldn't want to see American Gamble too far off of it early. But that one dirt race came here. It came a couple of years back, but it was a nice third place performance against a tough group. So I'll use American Gamble on top. Underneath, I'll use the 2 Silver Candace, who watching her get saddled and she's being a little bullish, which I don't necessarily love to see, but with her, and that's typically what you get. She's a 5-time winner from 11 starts, and the concern I do have is she either wins or she's not there at all. But she was able to win last time out with Fraser Abley, got a really nice trip and was forwardly placed. Liked that effort, but I actually really liked the effort 4 starts back when she was able to win because she was not in front early on. I liked that she could rate, and I kind of went down the past performances here, and some of these fillies, they do not like to pass horses, and she has shown the ability to do so. So another one that might get the right trip against this group. And finally, was torn between the 1 Red Eleanor and the 3 Getting Ahead. I decided to go with Getting Ahead for a couple of reasons. I think Red Eleanor raced very well last time out, but it's a quick turnaround, and I think the off-track flattered her performance, where I do think Getting Ahead, maybe the win is a little bit of a stretch for her, but man, she is just consistent time and time again. Look at her record here at Fort Erie. Pretty impressive in my opinion. 11 for 13 in the money, 10 of those being in the top 2, and last time out, she was just behind Silver Candace. She dead heated with Moonbright, who we saw was unable to get the job done here in the opener as the favorite, but we'll see. Juan Crawford has gotten along with Getting Ahead very well in these last 2 efforts, and I'm willing to at least use her underneath in the exotics. She could offer some value in here, but for me, I turn all the way to the outside, the number 7 American Gamble as the top pick. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's sixth race. Race 6 is a starter optional claimer for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $8,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $12,500. We're traveling a distance of 5 furlongs, competing for a purse of $23,700. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 6 Post Parade, number 1 is Red Eleanor. Mark Lee Buchanan rides for trainer Eric Raganoff and owner Bruno Schickadance. Number 2 is Silver Candace. Fraser Abley has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Number 3, Getting Ahead. Juan Crawford in the saddle for trainer Joe Humber and owner Robert Elkins. Also from the barn of Joe Humber is number 4, Dixie Ribsy. Leo Salas rides for owner Terra Horse Farm Incorporated. Number 5 is Big Ginger. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owners Joseph and Charles Loacano. Pierre Creed owns and trains the number 6, Chrome's Big Break. The rider is Alexis Sanchez. Completing the field, number 7, American Gamble. Luis Contreras rides. Warren Wilcox trains and owns in partnership with Ruben Peralta and John Kudajar. Final pick 3 of the day coming up here in race 6. Field for race 6 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Current favorite at 8-5 is the number 7 American Gamble. First to load is Red Eleanor, a last out winner under Mark Lee Buchanan. The gray, Silver Candace and Fraser Abley. Getting ahead in Juan Crawford. Dixie Ribsy and Leo Salas. Big Ginger makes her first start off the claim. Kirk Johnson aboard. Chrome's Big Break looking for her 6th win of the season. Alexis Sanchez aboard. Last up will be American Gamble and Luis Contreras. All set. And they're off. Silver Candace out well with Getting Ahead, and Big Ginger also showing up. Along the inside, Red Eleanor, American Gamble deep on the course with Dixie Ribsy and Chrome's Big Break. Silver Candace was bet down to 6-5 in the last click, and she emerges a length on top of Getting Ahead and Big Ginger. American Gamble races as a pair with Chrome's Big Break, then it's Red Eleanor towards the back with Dixie Ribsy. 22-1 for the opening quarter, and now Getting Ahead and Big Ginger are both putting the screws to Silver Candace. Chrome's Big Break racing alone in 4th. American Gamble asks for more from 5th. Dixie Ribsy splitting horses and Red Eleanor at the back. They swing for the drive. It is Getting Ahead, putting the head in front of Silver Candace. Big Ginger is called its quits. Trying to rally from the back. Red Eleanor deep on the course. Chrome's Big Break and American Gamble. Getting Ahead gets the advantage from Silver Candace. Coming down to the wire, it's Getting Ahead and Juan Crawford. Getting Ahead by 1 3/4. Silver Candace second, then Dixie Ribsy and Red Eleanor. 5 furlongs and 58 flat. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 3, Getting Ahead. Second is the 2, Silver Candace. Third, number 4, Dixie Ribsy. And fourth, number 1, Red Eleanor. Unofficial race 6 order, 3-2-4-1. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 6th race, number 3, Getting Ahead. Getting Ahead is a 4-year-old bay filly by Super Speedy out of Another Channel, bred here in Ontario by Jay Coughlin. Ridden to victory today by Juan Crawford, Getting Ahead is trained by Joe Humber for Robert Elkins. Second win of the season for Getting Ahead, her 4th lifetime win in 18 starts. She completes the 5 furlongs in a time of 58 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Getting Ahead. Hold all tickets until race 6 is made official. It's official. Prices are up. Getting Ahead returns $12 to win, $4, $10, and $3. Second, number 2, Silver Candace, $2.90 to place $2.50. Third, number 4, Dixie Ribsy, $6.40 to show. $2 Exacta, 3-2, $23 even. The $1 Try, 3-2-4, $202, 45 cents. $1 Super, 3-2-4-1, $430, 65 cents. $2 Double, 1-3, $516, 50 cents. And the $1 Pick 3, $743, 45 cents. In recognition of the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, the shirts purchased by Fort Erie Racetrack for today's prize draws were designed by Indigenous proud artist Natasha Root, and all proceeds have been donated to the Orange Shirt Society and the Indian Residential School Survivors Society. Changes for race 7, Stewart scratched the main track only, number 9, Maito, 17 minutes to post.
Late double gets underway here on the turf course at about 7 furlongs, $8,000 claimers here in the spotlight, and good group of horses here top to bottom. We got Wilberforce in here, Seeds of Grandeur, the mare tackling the boys. You got Society Joe, your Puss in Boots winner this year. A little bit of everything, and a lot of speed in this race as well. Quarkey draws the outside. He's shown early foot, and I have to say, 2 starts back in a mile and a 16th. Did a lot better than I thought he would around 2 turns. He's going to actually cut back in terms of his last turf effort that we saw. Last time out, the only 5/8 at but Woodbine. Then I think kind of looking at some others in here, I mentioned Quarkey has some early foot. Seed Air is going to go as well, in my opinion. So maybe the pace over a yielding turf course will set up for a couple other runners in here, and that's what I'm hoping for. I'm going to kick it off here with the number 2, Wilberforce, who he likes the Fort Erie turf course, that's for sure. I loved his effort 3 starts back when he was able to rally from off the pace. He was much the best in that event. He followed it up with a huge third-place effort up at Woodbine. He was 34-1, and he surrendered the lead late to only miss by a length. And then in the Puss in Boots, he was rolling late, but he just had too much work to do late. And I think getting Juan Crawford back aboard fits him very well. Juan, fresh off a win in the last race with Getting Ahead. He's a horse that's a little quirky, to say the least, and I think Juan can really kind of keep him focused, get busy on him, and keep him into gear. So Wilberforce, the top pick in here, but I think another horse that could get a very similar trip, maybe even be a little bit closer, is the One-Eyed Wonder, the Puss in Boots winner from this year, the 4 Society Joe, owned and trained by Gary Chidobiak. What a huge performance, in that effort. Second start since joining the barn. When you looked at that first race, he went a mile and a 16th and just really was even throughout. But more recently, when we saw him in that Cup race back on Labor Day weekend, Amanda Vandermeer gave him a beautiful ride, had him close enough to the pace where he was just comfortable, settling a couple of lengths off of it when called upon. He scored a huge upset. He was 42-1, and for him, I guess the question would be cutting back a little bit from a mile and a 16th to 7/8, but I can't take anything away from his last out effort. He got an 81 Beyer speed figure in his 41st career start, and that's his best Beyer speed figure to date. So 2-4 for me in terms of the top 2 from here. I thought it was a little wide open in terms of who to use, but the 8 Quarkey I mentioned surprised me. 2 starts back at the mile and a 16th distance. He has early foot. He draws the outside in here, gets Kirk Johnson, who we know will certainly put him into gear early with that outside post. And maybe looking at the effort last time out, you draw a line through it and you say mile and a 16th cutting back to 7/8 should probably be good for him. I still think he might be a little bit more of a one-turn horse, but pleasantly surprised with him 2 backs. I will use him underneath. But a great betting event here. Kicks off the late double and a nice big field going postward. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 7th race. Race 7 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up. Going for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000, going a distance of about 7 furlongs over the turf course, competing for a purse of $22,200. Race 7 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Race 7 post parade will come back to the 1. Number 2 is Wilberforce. Juan Crawford rides. Sharon Chicotto trains and part owns with Vino Bahari. Number 3 is Sea to Air. Michael David has the call for trainer Jeff Voice and owner Robin Voice. Gary Chidobiak owns and trains the number 4, Society Joe. The rider is Amanda Vandermeersch. Number 5 is But Wait, There's More. Leo Salas rides for trainer Michael Cohen and owner Rohini Singh. Number 6 is Paperback Hero. Mark Lee Buchanan riding for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Reggie Johnston. Number 7 is Carmen Oots. Tanika Wolf riding for trainer Dale Powell and owner Up Top Racing Stables LLC. Number 8 is Corky. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Alicia Robillard. On screen now, number 1, Seeds of Grandeur. Alexis Sanchez rides for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Nancy Fairgrieve. 1 minute to post for race 7. We are on the turf to kick off the late double. Starting gate is in position. Field is crossing on to the turf course. Not much time left to get your race 7 wagers in. 6-5 favoritism on the number 2 Wilberforce. 4-1 support on both number 4 Society Joe, the Puss in Boots Cup winner, and the number 1 Seeds of Grandeur, the mare, taking on the boys. 5-1 on Paperback Hero, now 6-1, and 6-1 support for the number 8 Corky. Late double wagering offered here in our lone turf race of the day. Race 7 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. First up will be the mare, Seeds of Grandeur, with Alexis Sanchez. Six to 5 on Wilberforce and Juan Crawford. C to Air with Michael David. The Puss in Boots Cup winners, Society Joe and Amanda Vandermeersch. Society Joe steps up. But wait, there's more, and Leo Salas. Paperback Hero and Mark Lee Buchanan. Carmen Oots and Tanika Wolf. Last in will be Corky and Kirk Johnson. All set. And they're off. C to Air out of the Ajax races, broke like a shot, but he's quickly being joined by Corky from the outside. Carmen Oots racing wide in third with Society Joe, who finds the rail. On the inside, Seeds of Grandeur races towards the back. Paperback Hero is wide into the turn with a rank, but wait, there's more. At the back early, it's Wilberforce. Corky has outsprinted C to Air to the front and has already opened up 4 lengths. C to Air racing in second. Off the rail in third, that's Carmen Oots, racing a length and a half better than Society Joe. Paperback Hero is off the rail racing in fifth. It's a gap of 5 to Seeds of Grandeur, who's being joined up the inside by Wilberforce, and the new trailer is But Wait, There's More. 23 and 4 for the opening quarter over the yielding going, and Corky is still up by 6 lengths. C to Air being joined by Society Joe, who's splitting him and Carmen Oots. Then we have Paperback Hero, who's moving well 3 deep. Wilberforce is still towards the back with Seeds of Grandeur, and But Wait, There's More. 48 flat to the half. There's a quarter mile left to go, and they've still yet to catch Corky. Paperback Hero into second. Society Joe angled off the fence and launching his rally. Then we have Carmen Oots. Seeds of Grandeur angles to the far outside, trying to get going. It is still Corky. Society Joe gaining ground with every stride, and here's Wilberforce from the back. Corky is tiring. Society Joe getting closer. Wilberforce also rallying. Corky finding a bit more. Society Joe is coming. Wilberforce there. Society Joe takes the lead. Wilberforce is rallying, but Society Joe does it again. It's Society Joe by a length over Wilberforce, then Corky and Seeds of Grandeur. About 7 furlongs over the yielding going, and 1:30 and 3. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 4, Society Joe. Second is the 2, Wilberforce. Third, number 8, Corky, and fourth, number 1, Seeds of Grandeur. Unofficial race 7 order, 4-2-8-1. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 7th race, number 4, Society Joe. Society Joe is a 7-year-old bay gelding by Society's chairman out of John Jack, bred here in Ontario by RMC Stable. A riding double on the card for Amanda Vandermeer. Society Joe is owned and trained by Gary Chidobiak. The One-Eyed Wonder earns his 3rd win of the season and 7th lifetime win, following up his Puss in Boots Cup score with another victory over the turf course, completing the about 7 furlongs over yielding going in a time of 1:30 and 3. Congratulations to the connections of Society Joe. Hold all tickets until race 7 is made official. It's official. Prices are up. Society Joe returns $13 to win, $340 and $290. Second, number 2, Wilberforce, $230 to place, $210. Third, number 8, Quirky, $360 to show. $2 exacta, $4.2, $22.80. The $1 try, $428, $49.20. $1 super, $4.281, $237.80. $2 double, $3.4, $63.90, and the $1 pick 3, $1,312.75. And we have more winners for the non-winning ticket prize draw to announce here. Could Dan Auburn, Don Gumper, Julie Clenning, Charles Harrison, and Vic Henderson please make your way to customer service to collect your prizes? Once again, that's Dan Auburn, Don Gumper, Julie Clenning, Charles Harrison, and Vic Henderson. Congratulations, you are the winners of the non-winning ticket prize draw. Please head to customer service. Jackpot High Five wagering offered here in race 8. There are no changes. 17 minutes to post.
We wrap things up here in race number 8. It's a claiming event. $4,000 non-winners of 2 life, fillies and mares here competing at the 6.5 furlong distance on the main track. And big field here going postward, a field of 9 in total. And looking at this group, I'll kick it off with the number 8 here, Speed Loader. This one for Danny Wills. Last time out was able to graduate while in for 4,000. And liked the performance on the dirt. I thought Kurt Johnson rode her really smartly from the gate, got her into a good position where he didn't necessarily chase her to the front. She was able to sit 4th, just a couple off of it, and then made a late run. And she cruised to an easy win. And be honest, it wasn't a great group that she defeated, but and kind of looking at that race, sure, it was on the turf, it was going longer. I just think from a pedigree perspective, the fact that, yes, she's got a training track work at Woodbine, one of those workouts it's good. It's a while back, but I think she'll be fine here on the main track. I'm willing to use her just because she has good recent form, and others in here will need to do more. So use her on top. The number 1 Blonde Dynamo, in here for Nick Millenny Jr. He sends out a pair in here, this one and the 7 Soul Journey, and thought it was interesting to see Edgar Zenteno rode both of these last time out. I would assume he probably had a choice, and he stuck with this one in here. It was in for 5,000 last time out in that first start for the barn, was going 5.5 furlongs, and just, couldn't get going. It was a compact field. I think when you look at the winner, Princess Buchero, we'll see her here tomorrow on the program. She's all right. She's been pretty good for trainer John Sims, and, I understand that she was well defeated in there, but I'm willing to give her another shot. This is her second start now in the Millenny Junior barn, and I mentioned Edgar Zenteno has the mount. She draws the inside in here. Maybe can save some ground as well. And finally, the number 3, Smokin' Chloe. I know she's had her fair share of chances in these last couple to pick up a second lifetime win. She hasn't been able to do so, but those last 2 well-met thirds. Juan Crawford aboard her today, was aboard this one 2 starts back, and I mentioned the names. This one was against Princess Buchero last time out, Signature Ring, who's been able to rattle off 2 straight victories. Wonder if she kind of faces a little bit of a lesser group today, but a really tough way to end the nightcap. And you know what that means with this big field, a super high 5. So best of luck. I found this wager to be really tricky in here, a lot of directions to go, but for me, I go to the number 8 Speed Loader as the top pick. Thanks for joining us on site today for the 8 race program. We're back tomorrow with 8 more races in that early first post of 2:30. Hope to see you here. Good night.
Field is making their way on track for today's 8th and final race. Race 8 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. Going for a claiming price of $4,000, traveling a distance of 6½ furlongs, competing for a purse of $13,500. Race 8 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high-five wagering. The carryover is just over $5,100. Race 8 Post Parade, number 1 is Blonde Dynamo. Edgar Zenteno riding for trainer Nick Malini Jr. and Hidden Trails Racing. Number 2 is Betka. Amanda Vandermeersch in the saddle for trainer Joe Humber and owner Cyril Samek. Also from the shed row of Joe Humber is the 3, Smoking Chloe. Juan Crawford rides for owner Joy Elkins. Number 4 is Few Regrets. Austin Adams riding for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Even Stevens Stables Limited. Number 5 is Yoga. Mark Lee Buchanan rides for trainer Eric Raganoff and owner Bruno Schickadans. Six Brothers Stable own the number 6, Always Rosie. Alexis Sanchez has the call for trainer Ken Albu. Number 7 is Soul Journey. Terry Husbands rides for trainer Nick Malini Jr. and owners Centennial Farms Niagara and John Lennox. Number 8 is Speed Loader. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Danny Wills and owner Barbara Minchell. Completing the field, number 9, Contagious Laughter. Leo Sell is riding for trainer Anthony Alderson and owner Robert Dell. Jackpot high-five wagering offered here in race 8. Field for race 8 set to head behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Current favorite at 5-2 is the number 3, Smokin' Chloe. Pretty competitive board for the jackpot high five here. Carry over $5,200 or $5,100. First to come up is Blonde Dynamo with Edgar Zenteno. Long shot Betka, looking to give Amanda Vandermeersch her third win on the card. Smokin' Chloe, Juan Crawford and Joe Humber have already teamed up for a win today. Few Regrets with Austin Adams. Yoga and Mark Lee Buchanan. Always Rosie and Alexis Sanchez. Front of the gates open for Always Rosie, who's still reluctant to come up. Always Rosie in now. They've secured the front of the gate. Soul Journey and Terry Husbands. Speed Loader, a last out winner, trying the dirt for the first time here. Kirk Johnson aboard. Last up will be Contagious Laughter and Leo Salas. All set for the nightcap. And they're off. Pretty level beginning. Smokin' Chloe is showing speed with Always Rosie. Deep on the course, Speed Loader looking for position. And in and amongst horses, Yoga has emerged on top. It's Yoga leading the way out of the chute. Smokin' Chloe is second. Advancing on the inside, Blonde Dynamo. Contagious Laughter is deep with Speed Loader between horses. Then we go back to Few Regrets on the inside. Betka, Always Rosie after a good beginning, is towards the back with Soul Journey. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter. They race within the half-mile pole. It is Yoga, 2 lengths on top. Smokin' Chloe is second. Contagious Laughter third. Speed Loader trying to rally from the outside with Blonde Dynamo under a ride. Few Regrets is next. Then we have Always Rosie, Soul Journey, and the trailer is Betka. 45-4 for a quick half. It is still Yoga on top. Smokin' Chloe second. Contagious Laughter third. Few Regrets is splitting horse is going to try and rally up the inside past Blonde Dynamo. Then Speed Loader, Always Rosie. They've still yet to catch Yoga midway down the stretch. It's Yoga up by 3 lengths. Smokin' Chloe second. Few Regrets is coming. Down the far outside is Speed Loader, but Yoga is holding on. Smokin' Chloe one last try. Coming down to the wire. It's a gate-to-wire score for Yoga. Yoga by 3 at the wire, Smokin' Chloe second, then Few Regrets and Always Rosie. A photo for 5th for the jackpot high five. 6.5 furlongs and 118-2. Unofficial in race 8, the winner is number 5, Yoga. Second is the 3, Smokin' Chloe. Third, number 4, Few Regrets. And fourth, number 6, Always Rosie. Unofficial race 8 order, 5-3-4-6. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 8th race, number 5, Yoga. Yoga is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Cloud Computing out of A Bit of Pressure. Bred in Kentucky by Cinema Thoroughbreds and Burton Johnson. Ridden to victory today by Mark Lee Buchanan, Yoga is trained by Eric Raganoff for Bruno Schickadans. Second lifetime win for Yoga, who goes gate to wire, completing the 6 1/2 furlongs in a time of 1:18.2. Congratulations to the connections of Yoga. Hold all tickets until race 8 is made official. And race 8 is official. Prices are up. Yoga returns $8 to win, $4.90 and $3.80. Second, number 3, Smokin' Chloe, $4.10 to place, $3. Third, number 4, Few Regrets, $3.30 to show. $2 exacta, 5-3, 27.30. The $1 try, 5-3-4, 40.80. $1 super, 5-3, 4-6, $500, $55.25. $1 high five, 53468, $2,153.45. The carryover into tomorrow's card will be $7,449.50. $2 double, 45, 43.30. The $1 pick 3, $233.95. $1 late pick 4, $7,178.20. And the late pick 5 for 20 cents returns $4,481.45. Jackpot High Five carryover is growing. Tomorrow's carryover will be $7,449. Racing will be back tomorrow at Fort Erie. First post will be 2:30. And a reminder that starting on October 7th, post time will be 12:20 p.m. for the remainder of the season. Visit our website, fortierieracing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Fort Erie's Track-A-Lantern, taking place on October 14th at 12 p.m., brings Halloween fun for families to the racetrack. Closing day, Tuesday, October 22nd, will be Fan Appreciation Day. We're going to have free programs, prize draws between races, and a mandatory jackpot high five payout. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. And that concludes the Monday action here at Fort Erie Racetrack. We want to thank everybody for joining us today. We will be back tomorrow at 2:30. We hope to see you back. Enjoy the rest of your Monday evening.